morning, everybody. We're back with a fresh week of SDtv. Lots going on in the market this week. Should make for an exciting week, and we're going to let Aaron dive right into it. Go ahead, Aaron. Take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Lar, how are you? Give everybody a minute. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Should be exciting. I'm showing a little thing on my computer here that says today could be a record high in Indy. Pretty excited about that. Awesome day yesterday. What are we going to get up to here, Tamika? Looks like 46, 71 today, 75 tomorrow. Oh, and then next week it's back in the 30s. But hey, we'll take it. Morning, Miss Amanda. Darren, what's up? All right. It is May. I'm way ahead. It's March. I mean, that's the thing. This is when we get all those teaser days, right? Where we get all excited, like, oh, it's spring, and then you wake up and there's snow. But whatever, we'll take it. We'll take it. Morning, Lyle. Morning, Omar. Mr. Paz, good morning. RC, good morning. RC, you coming down to Indy in May? I assume you are. All right, here we go. Nice. Hope we have good weather for that. I can't believe that's like 2 months away. That's not that far away. I mean, the month of May is March, April. Yeah, like less than 2 months. That's crazy. 2026 flying by. All right. Well, let's get started here, guys. Hope everybody had an awesome weekend. It's ready to go. Should be an exciting week. All right. So starting off on news. Now, we don't really have anything Monday, Tuesday. Okay. Let me go back here. There we go. There's really not much on the tape here today. Tomorrow, we do have new home or existing home sales at 10. That could cause a blip. But going into Wednesday, this is when all our news starts. We've got CPI on Wednesday, our normal unemployment claims. This will be real interesting. And then PCE on Friday. That's the big one right there on Friday. Okay, this PCE. So we'll see. This was the delayed one from the little mini shutdown we had. Oh, and we have JOLTS. That was Yellen's favorite when she was Treasury Secretary. That was her favorite print. So we got all that catch-up news on Friday. Okay. So really nothing on the tape for today. Obviously, plenty geopolitical, keep us on our toes, but nothing really in front of us today. Now, what I wanted to show you guys, now remember next week, morning, Jim Bob. Luke, good morning. Remember next week is FOMC, right? So this is the week before FOMC. Where's my screen? There it is. All right, and if you look, let me refresh this in case it's changed. We have almost pushed out our next rate cut until October. All right. Remember, this was July for a while. Now we're out in September, but look, it's only a 42.7% chance. But look at October, 40. Right. So we've almost pushed this back or pushed this all the way out to October. So we'll see. As we get closer and closer. But next week, right, on the 18th, that's our FOM, that's our Fed meeting. So And anything other than a pause right now would be dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, right? 97.4% chance of a pause. But just really interesting. Now, remember, between this April and June meeting, Powell's out. All right. So interesting. That's what the market's pricing in. Obviously, with crude oil flying like it is, right? Energy costs go up / increase inflation / higher for longer to fight inflation. That's how the whole boulder rolls down the hill, so to speak. Okay. All right. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. So be interesting. Now, remember, as we get later in the week, right, we could see those numbers change, but really nothing crazy for the meeting coming up. All right, so let's get to it. Now, you guys are probably wondering, where the hell are we at with all this? Well, funny you should ask. I'll tell you. There we go. Okay. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Now, we are in VIX rollover. Well, tomorrow's rollover. Not tomorrow's rollover. Tomorrow is when rollover week starts. So I don't want to freak you out too much yet. But this is the last week of the current VIX contract. Now we'll start looking at the new one maybe later on in the week. But remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. So this is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. Runs inverse. VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. Excuse me. Okay, so when we zoom out, look what we ran into. All right, from these 44s down here to 15, all right, we ran right into that resistance level. Okay, and that's a dip into this high as well. So when we zoom, so nothing is broken, nothing dramatic, so to speak, has broken. But if we zoom in, here's where we are. Zoom out a little bit more. There we go. Get. Okay. So I got to make sure you guys can see this. There we go. So these 1580s that we've been using, right? We've been using these 1580s for a while. All right. And these were just walking up, right? There was number one, target. Number two, get up there. Right? Target. Number three. Now we blew through that target, didn't we? Okay, there's the profit target right there, and we blew through it and slammed into that potential short setup above us. So when we blow through a target, what do? We can draw highs to highs. We can draw an extension right there. That broke. Okay. 26.92, round down to 90, subtract a tick, 85. We traded all the way down to the 60s. Okay, so that extension broke. So let's revisit. Where are we now? Well, we're in a series of longs. We hit the potential short setup. VIX couldn't go straight up in extensions. It broke. Okay, so where's our next pullback? Well, the most aggressive we could get would be this low inside of our previous move to highs. Okay, and that low was on the 4th. All right, and you can see how far away that is. All right, that's way down here. Now, is there a possibility that we could just make a full pullback from those 1580s? Yeah, absolutely. That is what's been happening on this whole stretch, right? From those, let me zoom back out. There we go, from those 1580s, right? That'd be all the way up there. Okay, so what we're going to watch is our first point of potential support here is these 2075s, right there, 2075s to highs. All right, and that's down here. Now, when you look, after we broke that extension short, okay, we immediately went into counter trends. We haven't seen this in a while. we immediately went into these counter trend shorts leading us down, haven't we? Okay, there's number one target, number two, right? So these that too. Where we are is we're in counter trend shorts on the VIX, leading us back down to support. This is bullish for the indices. Okay, so we'll have to watch when we get down here. Now this is interesting. The current short that we're in, that target is right here at this support level. So any longs below us, right, are going to have to break short setups. All right. So very interesting as to where we are right now. All right, in our series. And you'll see just the inverse of this on the indices. Okay? So any questions as to where we are in the VIX right now? Anybody? Where'd my short go? Oh, I must have deleted it. Yes, sir. Exciting times. That's right. That's right, Luke. Let me get my short back up there. I deleted that. There we go. Okay, so that's what it looks like right there. All right. Okay. Let me put that back on the 15. There we go. All right, and the one thing to think about is this, excuse me, this next long set, if these start breaking, it's absolutely off to the races for the indices. Okay, just VIX reset itself, and just wouldn't want to stand in front of the indices. All right, so there we go. Okay, so moving on to our financials. Now look where bank is. Okay, see that? All right, and remember, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Now this doesn't move tick for tick with the indices by any means. It creates the environment the indices are in. So bank down, negative environment, bank up, positive environment. Now, more than likely, we're going to gap down today, maybe. I mean, we'll see. But this last short setup we were in from February 26th down here to our lows on March 2nd, there's our pullback bouncing right off our target, right? So the most aggressive we could get would be from the high inside of this previous move to our lows. That would be up there. But could we make a full pullback? Well, yeah, we could, but we're going down in a series, stair steps, right? Stair steps, stair steps, stair steps. So if those stair steps break, bank's just an index. It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be exact, but that would mean we'd have a pullback all the way up there. Okay. Now, again, that hasn't happened yet, but this is the next step down right here. This is the next step down in our series. And, you can see we still have room to get there. All right. So we'll see. One of two things is going to happen this morning. Either we're going to start squeezing towards this resistance level, or we're going to gap down and blow through this profit target, which would then mean a lows to lows, which would mean we're going down an extension. So we'll have to see where we open up and what direction we get moving. All right, but we do have room for a pullback if we don't gap down and just fall through this profit target. Okay, so that's where we are in the financials. All right, now moving on to the indices. Now look at the ES. Okay, so have we broken anything? No, we haven't. Okay, and our extension long is from December 16th of 24 to our highs in October of 25. There's that pullback. There's those 7140s that seems like we've had forever, which we have. We traded this on November of 25. there's those 7140s we haven't hit yet. So we've come all the way back down into support. All right. So when we zoom in here, let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. So we were in these larger short setups from January 28th to our lows on March 3rd. That was that pullback last week, right? Well, we've hit that target. We're bouncing off that target. So this isn't just inverse of the VIX, okay? The most aggressive we could get would be the high inside of this previous move to our lows, okay? Now, we know that the indices love to back and fill all the way, meaning they come all the way halfway back on the way down. That's the blessing and the curse of the indices, right? We know they like to come all the way halfway back from highs to lows. Okay, look how far away that is. Okay, that's up at 68.13. We're at 66.86. All right, so could there be this squeeze happening on the indices? Absolutely, there could be. All right, that's what our leading indicators are pointing towards. Now, when we zoom in, okay, and look at where that next short setup is. Can you guys see that? On the indices, there's the gap fill. Okay, gap fill is 67.4250. Okay, it's right on top of that short. Okay, right there. So there's these counter trends. These are the shorts on the VIX, the counter trend shorts. Okay, look at what the indices have been doing. Okay, here's the ES this morning. There was number one, the little one right there. Number one, number two. All right, and there's our little front run pullback right there. Okay, so these counter trends are these right here. Okay, and you can see how much room the VIX has down to this next support level, right? So could we fall into this next support level and lead us into the gap fill? Absolutely, we could. Now, we are over 30 points away right now. Okay, absolutely. Here's 10, 20, 30. So what we're going to have to watch going into the morning is just what is the VIX doing, right? If the VIX is falling out of its short setups, then yes, we're going to grind higher. Okay, obviously keep an eye on the half today. Let's see if we opened right now. The half would be right there. All right, so definitely keep an eye on the half gap fill today, especially if we open outside of these 30, because the half gap fill, you'll more than likely see a dramatic reaction at the half. But that's where we sit, guys. So we're actually in counter trends leading us into that next resistance level, which is the gap fill on the ES, and these counter trends on the VIX leading us down into our next support. Okay? So we'll see where we open. We don't have any news that's going to fling us around. So we'll see where we open, but you can see the trend is down. Where's our 38.2? Now this would be massively aggressive if we got down there and that broke. But so there we are. All right. Morning, Dar. Okay, so that is where we're sitting right now in the ES. Very interesting, huh? As long as the VIX continue. Where'd my long go? What the hell happened? There it is. Let me make sure I got this right. Put that back up there. There we go. Okay. So you can see we got room. We've got room. Okay. Now moving on to the NASDAQ. Excuse me. Okay, here's the NASDAQ in that. Oh, let me zoom out. NASDAQ in that long setup. Okay. From December 16th to our highs. We haven't broken that. Now, one different thing about the NASDAQ is, man, I got to go out even more. These are getting spread out. This short setup that we were in from January 28th to lows, this short setup actually never hit its target. Target's down here. So we never completed that move yet. So this would be the smaller move inside of the bigger one. Okay, let me get rid of this so it doesn't get in your way. There we go. All right, so the next draw on the NASDAQ's from the 25th of February to our lows, and that's up here. So if the VIX continues to fall, right, into that next support level, and the ES squeezes in the direction of its gap fill, you can see the NASDAQ here doing the same thing. There's this little pullback, number 2, number 3. Okay, so that's how we're looking at the NASDAQ. So we'll just let the VIX and the ES gap fill, right, be our guide. Okay, so there's the NASDAQ looking same, right, almost identical. All right, now the YM, this was a development. When you zoom out on the YM, there was this extension long and we actually broke it. With that, we didn't actually broke it. Okay, that extension long finally broke. So we do have support, but it's a ways down here. All right, it's a ways down here. Now think bank, right? Bank's at that profit target. So if bank lifts off of that profit target and makes its full squeeze, then the YM is going to as well. Now the next measured move on the YM is from these highs on the 4th, March 4th to our lows. That's up here. So there is room, but again, just watch bank when we open, right? That's going to be the easiest way. But here's these counter trends coming off of lows. A little one right there, number 2, number 3. Okay? So very similar to the ES and the NASDAQ right now. All right, moving on to the Russells. Now the Russells might be possibly one of the most exciting charts we got here, especially because of bank. All right, so here's a potential pullback, right? Now, we're not 100% sure where our next support level is on the Russells because we broke an extension. But all we're going to watch for, right? Now, let me go out again. All we're going to watch for is what is bank going to do at those profit targets and what is it going to do at its next pullback? Okay, its next short pullback. Now, look at the Russells. So we were in this short from January 22nd down here to our lows on March 3rd, right there. Traded that. Now we went to and through that target, didn't we? Say we went to and through that target. All right, so there is this extension short here on the Russells. All right, and as of now, it's holding. Okay, but if bank opens up and starts to rally, we're going to pull through that. It's going to pull the Russells through that short, that extension. All right, and then we could have last Wednesday's highs to lows, but we haven't used that yet. All we've been using here is this short from high. So there's the potential here that the Russells, especially if bank takes off, the Russells could make this full squeeze all the way back up here. That's a big distance, right? So what we're watching is if bank opens up and rolls over, then the Russell's in a short coming out of this, okay? And it's got targets down there. If bank opens up and rallies, then we're going to break this extension short, and there could be pullbacks coming off of lows that we could jump into the Russells for that much larger pullback there. Okay, I'm not going to draw that up because we haven't broken the extension yet. All right. Okay. So there we are. VIX Bank indices. Any questions? VIX Bank indices. Anybody? They're all pretty much kind of set up the same right now. Very good. Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. Now, remember where Bitcoin is, right, on the larger time frame. We've got this larger pullback from these October 6th highs to lows. That's up here. Now, this counter trend is what's holding. Remember, we were in an extension short, right, from November 21st, right here. Not that, right here. Okay. Right there, that broke. So this is the first pullback after we've broken through that extension. So we've got room, right, all the way up here. So this is the long that we're watching for to hold. All right, and it did. It never broke. Okay, so step two, we got to get through the short, right? Trade support, break short. Right there. So we'll see if we can get through that. Right, we'll see if we can get through that, and then there might be pullbacks that take us all the way up there. Okay, before we get into that next halfway back short setup. Okay, so pretty cool, huh? Being very technical. Right, we broke that extension. Here's our first pullback. Right, and we'll see if we can get through this little short setup. All right, so there's Bitcoin. Now, crude oil. I took everything off of crude oil, so I wanted to show you guys where we are. Okay, I shouldn't say everything. Here is our COVID lows to highs. Okay, I've been talking about this for quite a few years now. This 2020 lows to highs never broke. Okay, never broke. Now what we did do, okay, is we broke this short from highs. Trade support, break the short. All right, broke it right there. Bam. So does that mean we can make this full pullback? Absolutely, it does. Right? Look how far away that is. All right. So could we actually make this pullback? Yeah, absolutely. But what's getting in the way? Well, we've got our intraday setups here. All right. Okay, so here's the series that we're in. All right. So we had our longs off of lows here. This is what started this whole nonsense. Right? We had these longs off of lows. Where are they? This is what happens when I delete all my draws. There we go. All right, then we blew through targets, obviously. Then we went into extension longs. Okay. There was number one. Right there, target. Blew through that target. Highs to highs. Right. Gotta move my damn screen. There we go. All right, and that's where we are. Okay. So we're in an extension of an extension. Okay. So the long story short, it comes down to this. The anchor is March 3rd. Okay, the anchor is March 3rd, highs to highs. But that's the series. Now, if that would somehow break, right, then we are going to come halfway back, and that would be a gift. Would that ever be a gift? Okay. And it'd be all the way down there. I'm not going to put that up. It's just going to make my chart messy. But that halfway back be around 87.39. All right. And you can see what a gift that would be if that. I mean, depending on what's going on in the world. But there's your extension long on crude oil. Okay. Right there. Failure levels 93.83. All right. So we can watch the same thing, right? Trade support. We can watch this short to break. If you're not getting in there, you can watch this short to break and then buy the pullback. Okay. But look at all that. All right, look at all that support. Pretty cool. That gives us a target at 129, and then that larger target, 159. $159 a barrel. That's from those COVID lows to highs. All right. There we go. Okay. Gold and silver. Now, here's gold. Okay, we're in this massive long setup. We've been in this massive long setup. All right, and we've just been biding our time here. Okay, huge long, broke the short, right? Trade support, break the short, right there, and we've been waiting on this pullback. Okay, we haven't quite gotten there, but we're absolutely starting to get support. Now, if we would break this short setup, so you can see this short leading us down into this support. If we would break this short setup, then yes, that's going to mean that we got front running support. We can buy pullbacks, right? But that's where we are. We're still kind of stuck in there. Okay, we haven't broken this short setup. We actually overnight didn't break these lows. At our reopen, we didn't break these lows. So still kind of stuck in there. All right, now silver. All right, it's been stuck as well. So silver's got this great big long below us. All right, and then that smaller long right here, that's from February 5th to highs on the 1st. That's right. Let me get rid of this. That's right there. That's what's been defending. And then you've got this short from highs from January 29th down to this low on February 2nd. That's right there. And even inside of that, now you've got this smaller short setup right there. So you can see how tight this is, right? How tight this is on silver. All right. So just chopping around sideways between a long and a short, getting tighter and tighter and tighter in here. So we'll see if we get a catalyst. Hopefully some dollar weakness will get these precious metals moving. Okay. So not a whole lot to do there. So speaking of the dollar, so the indices right now are in that negative correlation, meaning dollar strength, indice weakness, dollar weakness, indice strength. So here's DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies put together. But that extension long it's in is from February 5th to our highs on the 3rd, right there, see? All right, and that's got a target up here. Now, inside of that, right, here's our pullbacks. Inside of that larger move, okay? And those are from our lows on the 4th to our highs, right? That's just inside of that larger move. All right, now if we would see these break, right, we're going to get some dollar weakness. But as long as these continue to hold, that's dollar strength, right? That's dollar strength. That's a headwind against the indices, headwind against precious metals. Doesn't mean they're going to go down, just means it's harder to go up, okay? All right, so now when we get the actual currencies though, let's look at the dollar yen. Now the dollar yen, okay, just been flying, but we've hit these targets now, all right? So where does that put us on the larger scheme of things? Well, this has been our series. All right, boom, boom. That's the larger move we're in. So we still have these targets up at 162. All right, inside of that, okay, here's the series we've been in. Come on. All right, there's number 1. There's number 2. See how these are just going up in stair steps? There's number 3. Hit that target. So once we're in a series, we need to stay in a series or we're coming halfway back. So now that we've hit that target, this would be the next in our series. All right, right there. Okay, again, if these break, dollar weakness, we continue to hold all these setups, dollar strength. Okay. We do have a little bit of room to pull back here. We do have a little bit of room to pull back. So the reason I say that is because if we do make this little pullback, that'll be brief dollar weakness, right? Okay, moving on, euro. All right, euro is at a huge long setup. Okay, it's an extension long drawn from our highs in February of 23 to our highs. All right, we're sitting right inside of that. Now, that doesn't mean anything until we break out of short setups. All right, and these short setups, these short extensions are still holding as of now. Okay, from this anchor on February 5th lows to March 3rd lows, there's that pullback. All right, let me get rid of this. Okay, there's that extension that hasn't broken. Now, that's got a target down here. Now, inside of that, okay, there's that pullback. Okay, so you can see the larger move, and here's the worker bee move inside of the larger one, leading us down to these targets. This continues, right? This continues like this, dollar strength, just more dollar strength. We lift off, dollar weakness. Okay. All right. So right now, let's take a look at what the VIX is doing. VIX is still in these potential counter trend shorts, leading us back down into support. Bank obviously not open. All right. And the indices are in these these counter trend longs that if the VIX continues in these, that's going to lead us in the direction of the gap fill, and then definitely keep an eye on the half. All right, definitely keep an eye on the half today. Crude oil made that pullback into that extension. Keep an eye on that here. Get over there. There we go. Keep an eye on that. All right, and that's what I'm looking at this morning, guys. Gold and silver just sideways. All right, they're holding up really well, though, in all this dollar strength. Okay, so any questions? Any questions on where we are? Remember, we don't have any news, right? No news. I mean, no econ news today. Okay, anything you guys might have missed, want to see again? Morning, Miss Mary Rose. You're very welcome. All right. If you're new, just remember, stick around. It'll all start to make sense. Probably sound confusing as hell, but it'll make sense the more and more you watch it. Okay. All right, everybody good? Everybody ready for a good week? All right, thanks, JD. Thanks, Luke. All right, Tyler, you got us? Oh, wait. Bharat asked, joining a bit after, what's the VIX put play over 35? Yeah, and we were over 35. Right, we were over 35, but obviously options aren't open, and now we're pulling back. So we'll see. We'll see going into the day. All right, let me go back here. There we go. Okay. All right, very good. All right, thanks everybody. Thanks, Tyler.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Thank you.
See you guys.
All right, guys. Great stuff from Aaron, as always. This morning we have Fuzz and Lady Leverage coming on to trade live with us, so we'll be back for that. So don't go anywhere. It should be we should see some market volatility one way or the other, so should make for some good opportunities. I'm excited to get on live and trade with those guys. So make sure you guys stick around. Hope everybody had a good weekend, and we'll talk to you guys all soon. Don't go anywhere. And hopefully you guys can hear me now. I don't know if you could before or not, but what I was saying, if I don't know if my mic was actually on or not, but what I was saying is I cut a little pre-market long here off of 24, 358.75 and took half off on this pop up here and put myself at break even on the other half. So we'll see if this gets any follow through and squeezes up a little bit more towards the gap fill. Just looking at some earning names this week. We got some interesting names. We got Oracle tomorrow after close. We got Adobe Thursday after close. From the tech side of things. Neo is a name I used to trade. It was on my small account watch list. I haven't looked at Neo in a long time. How's everybody's weekend? Everybody doing all right? What up, Fuzz? How was your weekend?
Not too shabby. How was yours?
It was good. It was good. Weather's been weather was warm all weekend, so it was nice.
Yeah, it was definitely a hot one down here. It's like I think we were in the 80s.
Jeez. Yeah, we only got up to like probably mid 60s, but I will take that over the 80s because it's like getting up to mid 60s, and I'm already market open here, and I'm already getting okay. There's a nice push. Let's go. All right, took another trim there on the pre-market long on that pop. So now I'm down to some runners.
Yeah, I mentioned in chat last night. I said, wouldn't it be funny if we went green by the end of the day? And they've recovered a good bit, so we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, the really big gap down in the overnight session. We zoom out a little bit here. You know, obviously, this is probably tied to some of the geopolitical stuff going on, but our close on. Oh, baby. All right. There we go. All right. I just locked out the runners there, too.
Nice.
Nice. Well, that's kind of like when the mornings start like that. And once again, guys, I know I'm beat a dead horse, but that's just, you know, a pullback into the level. You can see how this level was reacting, and this is an older level. Let me see if I can find where it comes from. I looked at it in a second, actually. Let me get back to this gap down here. But obviously, we had there's a lot of geopolitical news going on here. And
Yes.
The NASDAQ, you know, for me specifically, since it's what I trade the most, closed at right around 24,650s. And we got all the way down to 2,400 as our low. So, you know, 650 point move down from the close on Friday overnight, and now we're not that far from the gap fill. We're back up 490 points from the low at 2,400 on the NASDAQ. So pretty crazy move here.
Look at that candle on crude oil.
Yeah. Jeez, those crazy Gavin, the crazy wick at the high. What was that high on it?
Like close to 120.
119?
Yeah, like 119, close to 120.
120 was the high from like 2022, I think, right?
We're back below. Yeah, I mean, we peaked at like 120s, 130s.
130s.
Yeah, back in the COVID, yeah. Now she's just settling back in. Wild ride.
Man, I keep trading these Tradeify 150K select accounts, and they're like a $9,000 profit target. And when I'm trading prop like evals, I definitely just like size up and like try to. Oh, we both got the stock poppy hat on. Look at that. We're matching, dude. Twinning. But I like definitely try to like just size up and go for the go for it quickly as opposed to take my time through them. And I keep getting these 150K select accounts where I'm like, all right, 2 winning days. I need like 2 more grand, and then just blowing it in a day. Like,
Bitcoin's having a nice little moment. Software's
oh
still
yeah,
bouncing. Yeah, Bitcoin's doing pretty good. Bitcoin. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, crude oil was up
got
like
the-
20% last night. Now it's just.
that's crazy.
I mean, it's still up like 8%, but golly.
R.I.P. to affordable gas prices, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I need to buy a flight to Colorado, and I keep putting it off, and now they're probably going to be even more dang expensive.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, the Jets ETF is taking a dive, which makes sense because not many people are going to be traveling with fuel expenses this high. Ba-da-bum. Let's see, what's RBOB? 2.9.
Say RBOB?
It's not bad. Yeah, RBOB. RB1 on TradingView or / RB1. That is the
What is
price.
RB1? What is that?
That is the price of gas minus taxes
Oh.
and fees.
My,
So if you want to know
really? I
what
didn't even know that was something you could look at. You'd be looking at all kinds of crazy stuff I didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
Do you have to? Is that like a futures thing? Do you have to put like the backslash?
On it depends which one you're using. So if you're on Thinkorswim,
Okay,
yeah,
so
you
I could
always
do
put the
if I
/
just do like. So okay, so if I look at just like backslash RB or / RB, whatever it is. So that shows gasoline futures. Okay. And that's like nationwide.
Yes, and it just depends what what your taxes and fees are statewide and all that. Kind of stuff.
Okay. Okay. Good morning,
But
Karen.
yeah, RBOB. If you want to know, what gas is going to be costing you, you can just take a look at that. And of course, it's rising. So.
Yeah.
Google. She's looking good.
Yep. Let's see.
Apple, nothing. Microsoft, nope. The turd, nope. Wee doggy. Healthcare names. Myrna looks pretty good. Myrna. Let's see. We don't got no data today.
No.
We got nothing till Wednesday. How boring.
Listen,
Wow.
we got plenty of geopolitical nonsense to keep us excited. All right, I don't know.
We do, and with the VIX the way it is.
Karen, did your coffee warmer come in yet?
Yes, it is. I have to just get it out of the package.
Unpack
But
it.
yes, yeah. It did. I was like, yes. Yes.
VIX is at 31.
Mm.
I think spreads aren't a bad idea when we got a VIX this high. in my opinion, like debit
Yeah.
spreads.
Yeah, the Nasdaq came right into its overnight open and is rejecting from there.
Rejection. Nobody loves
Mm.
me. Minus 600 on the ticks. Ticks are going to be kind of crazy.
La 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 la. What's green? Nothing. Yeah, Moderna is green.
Yeah, Myrna's like the only thing I've seen outside of
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Live Nation looks like in the Dow.
Those ticket fees, they're always making money. You can't go red.
I just went to a concert this weekend and it's so expensive.
Oh, it's
But I
crazy.
did go to a casino and they made my money back, so I was like, there, boom.
That's awesome. There you go. What's your casino game of
What's your
choice?
game of choice? Yeah.
Craps.
Craps. Okay.
Craps, yeah.
People who play it all tell me that that's the game to play. I've never actually played it though.
Yeah, play it. I think it's to your favor unless you get a crappy thrower or whatever you
Yeah.
call them.
I heard Baccarat's pretty good.
Maybe. Never really tried it.
I would probably stick to blackjack.
Yeah. Blackjack is good too. It's a little slow for me. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I spread out my bets more on craps.
Mm.
So. But this time I put $20 in the slot machine that gave me money. So I was like, all right.
Nice.
Thank you. Pay
What
me.
concert did you go to?
It was a Latin concert.
Okay.
Latin rock. But it was packed. I don't really go to Philly much anymore, but it was packed. Yeah, fun time. And I'm still in pain too, so it was interesting.
Oh.
Let's see if there's anything VRT. Where the silver's a little green. Light, LITE, because it could be added to the S&P is green.
Oh yeah, didn't they just do a rebalancing?
It's one of them. I think that they can add still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what was the other one? Veritix VRT or something like that.
Yeah, I thought there were like 5.
I randomly bought that when I added, not random, but I added it before, and then I remember it dropped, and I was like, oh my god. Well, and now that's why I don't look at my actual long term, because yeah, it gets scary sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, especially under the current circumstances.
Yep. Okay, Meta. Oh, Meta's. Look at these ES. Starting to come down.
Yeah, I was trying to take a peek there at MSTR coin, see how they were shaping up since Bitcoin was having a little bit of a bouncy bounce, but they're not too bad. Ticks are still negative. But I am going to keep an eye on that MSTR. Both look about the same.
Yeah, Google's starting to come down. Oh, damn.
Yeah, SPYs.
Wow, these are expensive. Okay, so I guess I'll be going with 10 today. Jeez. All right, let's see.
Yeah, in my newsletter, I wrote part of the risk management section was time to reduce risk, which you probably should have been doing that the past few weeks, but now definitely, especially when you got like a VIX like this.
I was playing like 2 last week on Friday. I was like, heck no. I wasn't. No, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, SPY, we're not too far from the 200.
Yeah.
Like 1% away from the 200 on the SPY, but on ES we've already like dropped below it. Hughes also lost its support, like 595. IWM definitely got whacked, and Dow Jones is actually kind of leading things, accelerating a lot quicker than the others. Financials getting a whack. Discretionary, so Amazon, Tesla.
So,
Maybe support down at 383. Myrna. Pfizer, not bad.
Pfizer.
Nope. I'm just trying to find something.
Yeah, Nasdaq
I was like,
back down
maybe
into this low
puts.
from March 3rd.
Yeah. I think where it's more probable that we drop, but
Yeah, that definitely seems like the path of least resistance would be lower.
Slower.
Slower,
Can you
lower.
go?
Slower,
Nope.
lower.
Can you go?
Oxy is green.
Hey, we don't talk about pharmaceutical drugs on this show. It's a kids show.
Oxy. Are there?
No, I actually checked the box not for kids. Like Fuzz is coming on. I can't have this for the kids YouTube.
I can ruin this really quick. Better yet, let's get Duke on here.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, we wowed out when Duke comes on.
Actually, Karen can pull out her big balls.
Yeah, I'll give Mommy, I want big balls too.
I think they have surgeries for that now, Karen.
They make me money, I'll keep them. Okay, 66.50. We got a break. If not, no puts. The balls came in, actually. They're little ones, but they came off of that support.
Yeah, that's see, Yankees trying to hold here. This 24,358. This is right where I took the pre-market longs.
I'm taking a 140 on MSTR.
Yeah. I like MSTR, but longer term. Like January. Like a leap type. Somewhat of a swing.
This NQ level here comes from this March 3rd. This is the day Zach was on, where you got that ugly candle down and then immediately reversed it here.
That's not fair.
I want to move to like 141.
Interesting. So we rejected was the 61 on the fibs. If I used it from the top of that wick before we dropped this morning. Was it last night? We're holding the 38. Yeah, I see why we're holding her now. So we better hold here, because if not, then down we go.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look, we've been talking about this like larger time frame range. If you look at the daily chart here, we kind of spiked below this bigger range that we've had, and now we're still sitting right at the lows of the range. So it's like, do we bounce from this area again? Does it continue to
Yeah,
hold?
it's been brutal, stuck in that dang range.
But yeah, if we can actually get the move down today, then maybe we'll start seeing a little bit more of trending action to the downside. But we'll see.
Okay, SoFi. Where are the banks?
The banks.
I just saw over the weekend that Sweden is telling people to start keeping cash on hand.
Really? I think it's going to be a thing, yeah. Crank up my money machine. My printer. Okay, yeah, this is a bouncy.
Bouncy.
66.70.
Cue the bouncy juice.
It hit 66.70 to come back down. Wow.
Also, just so you guys know, I do have a call that I have to get on at 11. So if you guys are still on trading, obviously you're welcome to finish out the last half an hour or whatever, but I'll have to hop off right around 11.
Sounds good. We'll pull back here on
No
MSTR.
supervision? Oh my goodness. Get ready, Fuzz. No supervision.
Hey, listen, if I'm the one supervising, it's already chaos. So.
Time to get wild. Oh, on Oxy.
Oh, UPS is trouble. Oh, maybe we got a chance to get into UPS finally.
Dollar General has earnings later this week, and I just read that it's up more than 76% over the past year. It's still well below its all-time highs from 2022.
Let's see, this like 136 level hold.
Oh, okay. There it is.
There's new lows across the board on indices. VIX at new high.
I just entered. It triggered, so I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I'm in.
Some SPY puts.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Post it.
I think I might join you there too. Do some 663s.
See if it goes 66.70. Wait, don't get in yet, Fuzz.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm in it, but don't get in it. Yeah.
I don't know, Fuzz. She's either trying to protect you or get all the money for herself. I don't know which one.
It's mine.
I just saw the little balls come in. I was like, wait. Oh my gosh, I got worried. There's something there that's not quite letting it break yet. Maybe a leg in. They'll go in heavy.
That's not what I want. Yeah, all right. 663 for 262.
Okay. Yeah, now 660, 6660 came in as a resistance, but 6645 support and 6640 more support. Yeah. Let's see what this does. The bounce, but then the resistance came in right at 660.
Dancing the night away.
Okay.
Oh, we're looking good there.
Now, yeah. Oh, I hate when I get into something and it goes the other way, and I'm like, oh, are you kidding?
Yeah, I'm like the same way on my MSTR right now.
That's the worst. It's like it looked great. I was looking at it. I studied it. And I get in. It goes the other way.
Oh, the joys of trading, right? You just never know. You just never know. Interesting numbers on the open AI stuff after the them taking the deal with the Pentagon. U.S. uninstalls of ChatGPT mobile app jumped 295%, and they went. U.S. day-over-day downloads went from being up 14% to down 13%, and U.S. downloads of Anthropic's Claude app jumped up 51%, and their head of robotics stepped down.
Yeah, Claude is taking the lead for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure that the deal with the Pentagon made them billions, but in terms of retail, it didn't seem to do wonders for them.
A little bit of a jump here.
Yeah, 66.
Kind of retesting the, kind of retesting where we fell. 662-ish. 6662.
Damn.
Let's see if this level holds. See if we reject him.
Come on. Well, meanwhile, let's see what's on the financial juice.
It ain't my fault that I'm out here getting loose. Gotta blame it on my juice. Yeah.
I used to listen to the Chance the Rapper song Juice. Now my kids like the Lizzo version of Juice. That's the one I gotta listen to now.
Funny. Come on, you little bastards. Bring it back down. I'm like a fly in here. This one good summer day, spring day, and you get flies already.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Okay, Apple's holding. This is good. I need Amazon to turn around. They think that it's gonna. They know that we think it's gonna drop. So I think that's maybe why they're gonna.
Yeah.
Bounce
So
it
when we
up.
said the
This-
path of least resistance is down, it also feels like the more obvious trades, so more likely to trap more people.
Yeah.
Got a tick back at 0.
I'm getting a bounce incoming here. Just waiting to see if we get above the 200. If so, then I don't even know if I want to switch though. Unless I get a call for like tomorrow and just leave it.
Get your butt back down there.
Come on.
VIX cuts both ways. The first cut is the deepest. $30 minutes in.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is possible that we bounce. Yeah, because I think that's what they're thinking. Let's get more people on board and then trap them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can't say yet until we break the 66.70, and then I'll take it.
It's so bearish that it's bullish, huh?
That's,
yeah, it's like one of those scenarios. Yeah.
But there's no buyers on any time frame yet. But we're right at the level that we could. We have the 100. We need to get above on the 15. There you go. We're starting to get buyers now. Still not broken though. I mean, I know the VIX is going to bounce. So that'll give us a little bit of a drop, but come on.
Zom either.
Yeah.
All right, good hold on MSTR. Keep that open. Just let it work. Probably stop out of these SPY puts. We'll see where this candle closes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. See what I mean? It's so, yeah. Yeah.
And Q back into the open here.
See what that 666 level
Yeah.
does.
See if it breaks. Come on. Are you holding or are you breaking? But that
Yeah,
doesn't look good.
No, I don't like that candle.
But no, my rule is I have to wait for the close of this candle. See what I mean? It's the games.
Mm-hmm.
Ticks are still holding steady.
Mm-hmm. 66, 40, 74 came in.
Neutral.
No.
Doot.
Yeah, just drop it so I can get out. One big drop.
Yeah, I'm seeing if this 2-minute 21 is gonna hold up. If not, I gotta respect that and run away.
Give me 1 second.
One.
Mississippi.
All right, so she's rejecting there, coming back down, so that's good. It's a nice candle.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody called
Aaron,
Karen.
come back.
Come back. Oh man, the Dow candle is just getting destroyed.
Yeah, that was a minus 1,000 tick. Yoink. Marky got pantsed there.
Right back to the low.
Smackdown. Please do something. I have to let go of my MSTR if they don't hold 136.
I was
shame.
Okay. Back down.
yeah, we got to move down. Yeah, as soon as you left, maybe you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, right
damn.
when
Should I
you
get up?
left.
All right.
Walk
Should
away,
I get
hold the
up and
puts.
go? All right. I said bring it back down, guys. Okay. Well, here's your break even if you want to get out. I just may take it.
Yeah, new lows on the Dow and the Russell, but not on SPY and the Qs.
Wow. Okay.
All right, I'm hopping on a Mester.
Yeah. Oh, it's dropping?
Yeah, Bitcoin taking a punch. So annoying.
Stupid green ball's getting bigger. Yeah, I knew we would bounce back up. I mean, or on the VIX to bring us back down, but oh, it went all the way through the 9 and 21. Oh boy.
VIX still pushing higher here. It looks like it one's down.
That's so annoying.
Some news came out. It said 8 million barrels of oil came in to Singapore, and France just agreed to release reserve. Bitcoin rallying. Yeah. Markets are weird. I agree.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it when it works against me, but I love it when it does go for me.
Ready to use strategic oil reserve. Yeah, so France is saying ready to use strategic oil reserves to stabilize the market. In Japan, ministers will push relevant ministers to release of emergency oil reserves. Okay. Oh boy, we're on it.
Go.
There it is.
A good dingus.
Let's go 12% there. Come on. I may take a little off. I don't know. Take it off or... I should take some off just in case. Yeah, I took some off there.
Dun.
A spike lower there on ES. NQ did not make a new low there yet.
There's your opportunity again to take some.
Give me
Target.
more. Scons aren't moving.
Mm.
I know. I looked at. I was like, I don't want to try an options trade. I looked at the. I'm like, I don't know. They're already jacked. I decided to avoid.
Yeah, they're really not. Like 10, 12%.
Yeah, not bad. Just in general, I feel like the 0 days are just more expensive than they have been in the past. I don't know. Maybe not.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Triple. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, exactly. So they're like,
mm,
you know, every now and then I like to throw on like, you know, a little bit of a YOLO, but now it's like even expensive to throw on a YOLO.
mm-hmm. I'll make them pay. Hold on.
There you go.
Big break here. I'll add more just
Mhm.
for the people.
That's the lovely joys of the VIX.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta
Yeah,
pay
ain't that
up.
the truth? Ain't that the truth? Also, guys, if you are not a part of the Stock Dads Discord and you're just watching it on YouTube, we just posted the stats from January, so you guys can check out. Here I have up on the screen. You can see, you know, Sabrina. Is that Adidas or Aziz? Aziz? I don't know. Is there somebody else named AIZE? I don't know.
A's.
A's? Okay, I just don't know him. We got Sabrina, A's, Zach, Amar, Chris, Lady Lev, Sundo, Fuzz. So you can see the different, you know, you can see win rates here, how many trades they took, how many wins, how many losses, all that good stuff here. That's just on options, as you can see here. So these are all things that are being alerted. Here's the crypto stats here. Just showing you guys so you can see, and here's some future stats here. So if you're someone who's been interested in joining the Discord, obviously we're going to keep doing Stock Dads TV live for free. But if you're somebody who is interested in checking out the Discord, I just want to show you guys some of those stats here.
For free.
For free.
Some of Apple's had a decent bounce, but it's starting to reject again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything that was trying to lead to the upside is dead. Got a lot of these directional short ETFs on my scan that's leading to the downside outside of like some energy names.
All right, I'm out. A big ball coming in here.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of giving us a double bottom here.
Mm-hmm.
At least trying to for right now.
I'm going to just take it when I can.
Another reset on the tick.
Mm-hmm. They're playing. Netflix below. I mean, it doesn't look good, but the way, because it's the theta, doesn't look good, but
Lockheed Martin's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah, it's coming back down.
Let's see. Mizuho on oil says this may be a war, but it's also perhaps the biggest energy supply and logistics crisis we've ever seen in modern history.
Mm.
Yeah, did you see their Cuba has been without power for like 3 days now, or lots of Cuba?
Yeah.
They're starting to protest.
Okay, I'm out. I'm taking my little loss here
Taking it
on my
run.
runners. Yeah. I got 15%, and then the runners negative 15. So it's like, I give it a shot.
Taking it run. Iran warns of $200 a barrel if strikes on its infrastructure don't stop.
Mm.
I know we can't quite refine the Venezuela oil yet, but I have to think that was like kind of a move for this situation, but who knows? It's above my pay grade.
VIX is trying to hold 31. Like the NASDAQ is still just kind of stuck in a tighter range.
La, la, la. Google is trying,
It's
though.
like-
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's
We're
like
stuck.
it's bearish, but it's choppy bearish, you know.
Yeah.
So annoying.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Maybe the market will do what it did.
Nice to the
Shwink.
I don't know. Like, is it me? Google kind of looks like a descending wedge. I don't know what I did to the chart. Yeah, it's in a channel on the 4 hour, on the 1 hour, and the 4 hour. To me, it looks like a descending wedge, which could pop out.
Oh, let's see our ticket. Yes.
Right. So if that's true,
Yes.
I would go out until these week or daily options now throw me off because I'm thinking it's the third week and it's like 2 days over. But so there's volume on the 20th for an open interest for the 300 strike. What about April? April also for 310 strike. August is too far out for them. The 13th, what are we on? Today's the 9th. Yeah, that's what's throwing me off. This is Friday it's going for. There's volume though at the 300 and 305. I need more time though. $400 bucks. Wow. $235 if I do a call debit for March 20th. $500. I mean, is it worth it? Or should I just go out and get the 310? And what's the unlimited upside that this could have? So they're spotting that we get back up in this range here. I have a feeling about this one. So I'm just gonna go out and get
On the Google.
yeah, I'm just gonna go out and get look at Amazon. Yeah, look at that. So, Google. I think I'm gonna go out March 20th and get the 310. Is it strong? Why is it strong? What's out there? Doing one for the little small account that I'm not calling it a challenge. I'm challenging myself.
NATO has shot down an Iranian missile headed to Turkey.
Oh. Swing open. Goals. Okay. It's a 310, but it cost me 310. Maybe that's a sign.
All right. I'll get back in here. All right, I'm back in at 210 on the
Yeah.
663s.
Yeah, there's resistance. I don't know if I want to
Yeah,
play the yo-yo.
it's yeah, it could just chop me out again.
I may do futures though. Let's see. Let's try a little futures action. Ugly.
Da, 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 da.
Video trying. Yeah, we're going up.
Don't say it.
No, okay.
Don't say it.
I was like, I want to play futures. I'm like, which way? I don't know which way. But it's just we can't go anywhere yet.
Mm-mm.
For the upside, you have 1, 2, 3 levels there: 6670, 6675, and 6680-ish looking. Yeah. And light, we have blink puts, circle calls, SanDisk puts. Let's see what's called VRT. We mentioned circle, coin calls, MSTR calls, VRT, coin. Yes, yes. Anything else for calls? No, everything else puts. Marvell puts. Oh, Corning calls. Lulu puts. Blink puts. MU. 6670 holding for you. Sorry, more coffee.
All right, so looks like we're still just
Yeah.
chopping around in here.
Yeah,
then,
we're
huh?
just shopping around. Video went green.
Oh, did it really? Yeah, I mean NQ does look like the best index if you wanted to try along, but It's right back at its open here.
Oh, well, look at MU's going. Somebody had asked me that this morning. What do you think? I think it was TSM or MU. I said, I'd like MU over. That's the only reason I just spotted it. Yeah, a TSM, nope. MU looks better.
Yeah, a couple names starting to flip green.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And VGO as well.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Can the Qs break the opening print and head back up towards Friday's low? It's got some room if it wants to do it.
Yeah. I didn't get the bounce yet, but it's, yeah. The spark is telling me there's something there.
But my body is telling me right. Fuzz, did MSCR get any sort of bounce? I know you closed it, but I just looking at Bitcoin, it's holding up all right.
Yeah, it's recovered a little bit. It's hanging around like the 138 mark. So Bitcoin's being funny. I mean, Bitcoin's leading, which is pretty interesting. Everything else is just dragging their feet. So someone's like maybe lying. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw some stuff. There's some people on Reddit starting to get behind MSCR short squeeze because the float is like so heavily short. It's so heavily shorted currently that people are starting to think it might be a name for a good squeeze.
So bad it's good.
Yeah, essentially, yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I entered some longs there on for ES, but
I'm sorry, did you say you ended on the Qs or SPY?
on ES, I'm
ES.
playing
The futures.
I'm playing
okay.
longs that let's see how this one goes. I'm starting to get breakouts here on ES, so which actually I should do a quick credit. I'm here staring at it and I should play what I'm good at. All right, so 1% of this. Wow, look at Amazon too. Nice little candle there.
Fix is testing 30.
65.60. Probably not going to happen.
Give us a squeeze, baby. Let's go fill the gap.
$60. Come on. Where's the delta? That's not going to pay. 65.70 maybe. Not yet. Oh, getting hungry. 65.90. What are the chances of this coming down?
It's back into the open here for ES.
Yeah.
Acceptance above.
I don't think that's going to 65.90. Okay. Let's see if I can still get into this. Selling the 65.90, buying the 65.85. Yeah, the probability says 99%, but you never know. But I doubt we drop to 66. 65.90. Let's see, how much of a drop would that be from here? $6.8.
Oh.
That would be a 1.63 drop today. Considering we dropped already, I don't think so.
I have closed my brokerage.
Brokerage?
Yeah. I've closed it out. I'm struck out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I'm
done trading.
I'm out.
Yeah, it's rough today.
I am out.
Yeah, that was some trappy.
Preserve. Gotta preserve.
Okay, let me type this in. Oh, geez.
So I will leave y'all to it. I'm gonna go touch grass.
All right, man. Sounds good.
And
have a good rest of your
take
day.
some deep breaths and come back tomorrow.
Give it I think in the afternoon we're gonna move.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see what it's looking like in a bit. But not my morning, but it happens.
Yeah, no, it
happens.
part of it.
It's not the end of the world.
All right, man.
Nope.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Y'all too, and we'll keep it going. Yeah. Bye, Karen.
Bye. Enjoy. Bye. Okay. Can we keep going? I don't know. Oh, geez. 66.85 is came in there. Came in hot. Coming in hot. Maybe, yeah, geez, it's just expensive. I'm like, I'll play for tomorrow, but dang. Because if I play for today, it would be more of a lotto because I don't know how long this is going to take us. But there is volume coming in here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it. I'll do, I did 10 before. I'll do 10 now. Oh, hold my hand. nervous. I'm nervous.
I don't know. I think it looks decent, honestly. I think it looks
Yeah.
like. I think that chop this morning could have, it could have just been building up all the shorts, like, you know what I mean? Everyone's diving in
Yeah, like I
short,
said.
and now they can
Yeah,
get
and then turn
squeezed.
it.
I think it looks like that's a possibility. I mean, we'll see. We got the Q's back near the highs on the day.
What they're gonna do with it? 66.85 has to break. If that breaks, I would add more. 66.90. Like I said, hold my hand.
I'll give you a virtual handhold.
Okay. If it works out, it's gonna work out great.
Right at the open here, seeing a little resistance, but if we can break it, I think it can go.
Because if we're okay, maybe it'll hit the half gap. Ooh, maybe that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, what's this half gap? 67.12.
Yeah, and it's I happen to have a level right there too at
Okay,
6711.25. So that's a good target for me. I agree.
Okay, let's do it.
NQ's trying to take it. It's trying to lead us.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
going heavy.
Nice dump on the VIX here
there
too.
There it is, Apple. There you go. There you go. Come on, boys. Oh shoot, I need to do the other account too. Here's my phone. Let me get the other phone out from the other account.
She's got like phones everywhere.
Which account? Okay, hold on. Come on. Because it makes it easier because I can't log in and log out, log in and log out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta get out. I'm like, what's my login? For this one? Okay.
Oh, sorry, chat. I missed a couple of these things. Tony Baloney just said me too, Fuzz. He had to close out for the day. It's a nice 15-minute close on NQ there in the yes, by the way. And then LXIX said, what do you think about BlackRock not allowing withdrawals? I read about that this weekend, or maybe it was Friday. I can't remember, but yeah, I don't think it's a good sign.
Really?
By any means. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of things seem to be
something's
yeah,
brewing.
Yeah. A lot of things seem to be kind of propped up, whether you want to call it a bubble, a big giant Ponzi scheme, the American economy. I don't know. It seems like everybody's betting on this AI thing, but it doesn't feel good. You hear, if you look into this kind of thing, a lot of people talk about banks, how the banks just don't have enough cash on hand. If there was a big run of people trying to get their cash out, we'd have a big problem. And I mentioned earlier, it's probably when you asked this is when Sweden's starting to tell its people to keep cash on hand, because clearly they see that they must have shortages in cash on hand, right? So yeah, it's definitely not a good thing. If you have the money, probably invest in things like gold and
tangible.
Yeah, it's probably not bad to keep some cash on hand in case there's any kind of crazy stuff that goes on. Buy a farm, start living off the land out of, it's because it's hard. It's like really what we're so conditioned. We all use digital currency, right? We all use credit cards, debit cards, and very few people do keep much cash on hand anymore. So, yeah. My parents bought a farmhouse a handful of years ago. It's got like 11 acres. So if shit hits the fan, I'm heading there. Plant some crops.
Send me the address. I'll meet you there.
Sounds good. We got to keep it on the DL. We can.
Yeah. I think that's how it's going to go, though.
Yeah.
People are going to go back into they're going to be like, this world's so crazy. Let's do like Little House on the Prairie type.
Yeah.
Go and do your agriculture, live off the land, and that's it.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, there's definitely people out there already who are, you know,
That
prepping
yeah,
and doing
they
that
are
too.
doing it.
Nice
Yep.
push here on
Yeah, I
the
see.
NQ here.
We're up 27 on those. You're holding my hand, I think, still,
That's
so
right.
it's
That's
working.
it. I think NQ would have already filled the half cap here.
We're almost there. Okay.
I got 12 minutes till my meeting, Karen. So we gotta
All right.
get a little
Okay.
push more here.
All right. So 25% here, taking some off. This is in. Those put credits are already up 35%.
Oh, that's
So we
nice.
got that.
That's nice
Yeah, that's
movement there
quick
on the
money.
spread.
Yep. Because I'm just betting that we wouldn't drop, and I'm giving it plenty of room. How many I did? Okay. This little small account that I mean, it's not a small account. It's I call it small because it's within my retirement that I keep $1,000. So I was
Okay.
like, all right, let's do what I would do if I only had $1,000 to play with. It's already, let's see, how much is it up? I mean, it's up a lot, but so I was only playing with one. Now I'm playing with two. No, now I'm playing with three. So I'm putting more risk. And performance wise, I've been doing this since the beginning of the year. It's up 1,600, which is not so. This money goes for me to buy more shares in whatever
So
I
you're
want
just
to do.
using
Yeah.
1,000 in free cash just to
Yep.
stack some more shares in
To
there.
generate.
Yeah. Now, do you find from like a psychological perspective that when you're trading that, since you are trading, you know, with 1 to 3 contracts, is it like easier to hold things differently,
Yeah.
or do you
Yeah.
like it's just a
Definitely, it
lower
is.
stress type
Yeah.
of vibe?
Yeah. Because I think of it, it's $500 at first. So
Yeah.
I made the 100% much quicker. Okay, let me take my money there on the prop one. So 230 is not bad. How much? Since I'm not really a futures person, how much would you make if it's like a $50,000 account?
Yeah.
How much would you say daily would be good to make?
Yeah. So there's a bunch of different account types, right? So and so if you start to trade the props a little bit more, I'm sure you'll start to get a feel for it. I think you have this select account from Tradeify, right?
Yeah,
So let
I
me just
think it is.
just double check like
Okay.
the requirements and stuff. So like the
Oh, it's gonna go again.
so you have the 50K select, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just want to pull up the. So all of them have different like payouts, kind of requirements, right? So let's see the select account. Select. So I think generally speaking, I think we talked about this a little bit the other day, but the more patient you're able to be with it is, you know, probably
Okay.
the better chance that you have longer success with it. So there's no consistency rule. So say you have passed the challenge phase, right? And then you get funded, then you can start earning towards your payout. So to pass your challenge, I think your target's $3,000, right? I think that's what you're aiming for.
Okay.
And then your
Yeah.
max
Okay.
drawdown is $2,000. Now they
Okay.
calculate that from the end of the day, just so you know. So say you're aiming for 3,000 total. Say you make 1,000 one day. Well, your drawdown will kind of that 2,000 will move with you. So it's not like okay, now you can lose 3,000, and this is just until you get funded.
Okay.
So
All
it's
right.
like and they have different the lightning ones you have to like pass that challenge, right? So once you pass the account, you then would get funded, and so the
Okay.
payout structure is so you could take a payout every 5 winning days.
Okay.
The minimum profit that you would need to count as a winning day would be $150. So
Okay.
anything over $150 a day adds up or counts towards your payout potential.
Okay.
and then you can withdraw up to 50% of your total profits, current balance minus starting balance. So the most you could take per payout would be $3,000. But in order to do that, you would have to make 6,000 in order to take out 3,000, right?
Okay.
So it's hard to say like, oh, what's like. I would maybe, because I'm thinking you like to trade ES. Are you been trading the minis or the micros?
The micros, because I don't want to blow it.
Yeah, I think the micros is good, and then it like you're used to trading, whatever 30 SPY cons and scaling out. Potentially you'll add back in, and that way the micros, it allows you to kind of like do that same thing like you would do with the SPY contracts, right? Like it could get a pop, you could lock in some profits, maybe adjust your stop, but then maybe you add back into it at some point, right?
Right. Yeah.
So honestly, like if you were aiming, I'm thinking for like a few $100s a day, up to maybe even $500 a day, whatever. It's probably like a good target.
Okay.
But obviously it all kind of just depends on what kind of like risk to reward you're using, that kind of thing. But
all right. Yeah.
But yeah, so essentially anything over $150 is it's like a good day because there's no consistency roll. So if you can lock in over 150, you're like, all right, that at least gets me one day closer to that payout. Now, when you're on if you're still on the like the challenge portion of it, right, where you have to make the 3,000 to prove you can trade, then they give you the funded account. I personally do trade those a little bit more aggressively.
Okay.
Just because it's like it's the evaluation. I'm trying to pass it to get to the funded stage,
Okay.
So I will trade those a little bit more aggressively, but to each their own on that.
Because I'm trying to not get bad habits, because that's how I'm not passing them.
Yeah.
Because I do get aggressive, and then I'll pass it, and then what happens? I'll do the same habits. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll just, I'll do it quickly. Yep. And then quickly and I'm like, I just spent all that time getting this account to lose it.
Yep.
And
so
then
that's like the game. So like I will say prop firms kind of like gamify it in that sense. And that is like, I bet you that is one of the most common things that happens with trading prop firms is people do kind of trade them aggressively. They go on a winning streak, they pass it, they get funded, and then they blow their funded really quickly because they trade with that same type of aggression. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But the people I've talked to, and I've worked for prop firms, it's for sure like the people that have the most success are the ones who are willing to trade them small, take their time. Just because you can get paid out in 5 days doesn't mean you need to, right? If it takes you 25 days, who cares, right?
Right. Okay.
So if you get, I would say it's more about kind of keeping that account. If you can stack days over $150, that's a winning day. That's all good stuff. And because if you do just keep the accounts and keep trading them well, they do eventually move you to a live account where then you can take daily payouts and treat it just as if it were a cash account.
Okay. Oh, daily. Okay.
Yeah, so it takes a while to get there. Like you'd have to have some success and take some payouts and stuff like that first. But and I'll send you the link to this, the details on the payout stuff, just so you can read through it and have a good understanding of it.
Yeah, to get an understanding of it. Maybe that, because I overthink things, so I think maybe that's what's probably messing with my head.
I mean, and it's definitely you're just getting into futures, which once you do it for a little bit, you'll be fine, just because obviously you know how to trade. So it's like just once you adjust to the futures and like the little differences, without theta, sometimes I think it's easier to hold, but it's also just
But that little drop we had right there, that's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? So it's like, for me,
it was just going to the 9.
A lot of times is like just trail my stop tighter with it to like a point. It's like, all right, I'm willing to give back this much, but then I'm still in profit or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
that's why like if you're trading the micros, right, and you have 10 of them, you take 5 or 6 off, and then holding through a pullback on the runners isn't as as bad.
Right, because I knew what was going to happen. It's pulling back because it needs liquidity to break through the 6702-ish level on MES. I get it, but sitting there, it's like, and if you go too heavy, you're like tapped out, you're done. And then you hear the ding. That's what annoys me. I told you that. I know where it's going. I know what it's going to do. And it's like, ding, but you're one too heavy, you idiot. That's what I feel like it says to me.
So sometimes what I will do, especially like say you pass this account and you get funded with it, And so like if you have the
Mm-hmm.
consistency rule, what I do on those accounts, and there's consistency rules on like the straight to funded accounts, which
Mm-hmm.
generally speaking, they're like more expensive at the start, right? If you were to buy one, and but they have no challenge phase, so you don't have to prove you can trade essentially, right? But
Mm-hmm.
you can't have like big winning days and then get a bunch of small winning days and then get paid out. They all have to be kind of consistent winners because your biggest winning
Okay.
day can't be more than the total of like 20% of your profit,
Mm.
right? So like I'll find like whatever the number is that's like, okay, you need this, say it's $3,000. You need to make $3,000 in order to earn a payout.
Mm-hmm.
I'll figure out what 20% of $3,000 is, and
And that's just
without doing
that.
the math,
Okay.
whatever. Say it's $400 off the
Yeah.
top of my, I'm not 100%, but that would be
Uh-huh.
like, okay, my max winning day, I aim for $400, and I don't want to go over that, and not just I aim for that every day or whatever. So,
Okay.
but what I
But
found
only
is
one
like,
play though, or no? Not just one play.
well,
You
not
just
necessarily. Like
until
say I
you
took a
hit
trade and I
that,
made,
if that happens. Like
whatever,
let's say you made
150
money.
to 200, yeah. And obviously you don't have to push and reach that max profit every day,
Yeah.
but that just gives
Yeah.
you kind of like a target. Like, oh, if I can make right around this 20% of the total that I need, that's like as good as the day as it's gonna
Oh,
get.
okay. Okay. I see.
But
Okay.
but what I'd say is like, so for the account type that you're currently trading, you need $150 profit to count as a winning date, right? So say you
Mm-hmm.
took 10 MES or whatever,
Yeah.
and you took half of it off, and that locked you at $250 realized profit, and then you had $250 of like floating profit. Like a lot of times, what I'll do then is like move my stop to break even, and then at that point, anything else that I make is kind of just like bonus,
Okay.
So, but I do think the prop firm version of it, it kind of gamifies it a little bit.
It does. Yeah.
But anyway, that
Yeah.
being said, I do have to hop off and
Okay.
hop
All
in this
right.
meeting.
I'm gonna. Yes.
So
Go ahead.
I'll just wrap though. We can wrap the live trading session here, Karen, and you can just continue
Okay.
to update in Discord, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And we'll be
That's
back
fine.
at noon for the nooner. Thanks, Tamika. I know I'm over
Okay.
here ranting. But yeah, so we'll step away, then we'll see you guys here back for Aaron's nooner.
Sounds good. Thank you
Thanks,
again.
Aaron. All right, bye guys.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back for the Nooner with Aaron Ellis. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What up, everybody? How are we doing? Hope you guys had a good morning. Gorgeous here. It's like 65 and sunny. What's up? What's up, Miss Tomika? Mr. Paz, how are you? Give everybody a minute to get in. Rick, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Edward, hope you're getting some of this good weather too, or as well. We are at a big testing point here for everything. Fingers crossed. All right, let's get started, guys. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, this is VX, the VIX futures, right? Not VIX, the index. This is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. Okay, remember where we are here. Geeking you out. All right, from these 44s, okay, down to these 15s, remember we ran into this next resistance level up here, okay? And in doing so, this is how technical the VIX is. In doing so, we broke, after we traded our resistance, okay, we broke our extension long. We were talking about that this morning. So we were talking about how more than likely we're going to get an indice squeeze with these short setups coming off of highs until the VIX made it down to our next potential measured move from last Wednesday's lows to highs. And that is where we're sitting. Okay, so here's what we're going to watch. All right, going into the afternoon, here's these short setups off of highs, right? Here, let me go down to 15. All right, there's those short setups off of highs. Okay, we traded these, I think, 3 times. 1, 2, 3. We've gone to and through that target. Okay, so this is how we're going to look at this. We're going to go from our lows this morning, these 2665s, all right, to lows. And could there be an extension there? Yes, there could be. Could be. Okay, now we don't know that's there yet, and we're right at support. All right, but if we can't get above, let's see, these 26, 21, 25, 30s, if we can't, 30s and below, we're still in that extension short. Okay. Now, if we break the 30s, all right, we can come halfway back and you will see the indices sell off. Okay. And then we don't even know if this is going to hold because we will have traded support first. All right. Now, there could be a bunch of different, resistance anchors to draw from halfway back on the day. That's up there. There could be a bunch of different stuff. All right. But we're just going with what price is telling us. Okay. Now, a break of this long, doubt that's going to happen today, but stranger things have happened. Okay. These 2432s round down to 30, subtract the tick, 25. So we'd have to break the 25s and trade the 20s, 2420s. Okay. Now, again, not that that's going to happen today, but that would be the next break of a long, and that would drop us down into these 23s, which we've been using this whole time. Okay, down here from those 1580s. All right. So the big deal today, all right, going into the afternoon, is this, oops, is this right? Not that. Is this right here? Okay. Because if we see the VIX start to squeeze off of this support and start breaking short setups, it's going to squeeze higher and the indices are going to sell off. And you'll see the inverse of this on the indices. Okay. So that could be the next leg up on the VIX. All right. If those extensions break. Okay. All right. Any questions on that as to where we are? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So that's where we are going into the afternoon. That's where we are on Monday. Okay. All right. Now moving on to our financials. Now here's bank. Bank hit a profit target. Remember, bank's just an index. It doesn't have to be technical. Okay. But this larger profit target was hit. All right. And then we had this next measured move right here. All right. It was just a shallow pullback, but that was hit as well. So if we're going down in a series, the next would be from Friday's highs to lows. That's what we're watching. Okay. So if we do break Friday's highs to lows, there could be pullback longs, right? That could lead our financials a lot higher. Okay. Now there could be a whole mess of different resistance anchors up here. But if we break this little series, we could come halfway back. All right, halfway back to that whole move. Okay, that'd be a lot of financial strength. Got to put a nice tailwind behind the indices, especially the Russells and the YM. Okay, so that's what we're watching going into the afternoon. It's that little short setup right there, that next in our series. Okay, now if we get up here and we roll over and the VIX holds that long, it's just more downside on the indices. We get up here and break this, right? There could be pullback longs lead us higher. All right. So that's where we're sitting on our financials. Now, on the indices, okay, remember on the larger time frame, right, we're still in longs. Okay, we're still in extension longs. And that's from December 16th of 24 to our highs here in October of 25. All right, there's our pullback. Our targets are 71.40. We're just falling right back down into support. Okay, so that's that line right there. All right, now the series of shorts leading us down. Get rid of this. Okay, are from January of this year, January 28th, to our lows down here, March 3rd. That was our pullback. We've hit that target. Now this extension broke. Okay, and we know that the indices don't usually go down in extensions anyway. All right, but from this high, all right, this would be the next most aggressive measured move. And that is what the VIX is trading right now. Okay. That's that long. Get up there. There we go. That's that long right there that the VIX is trading. Let me see something. All right. Okay. So if the VIX holds that long, you're going to see the indices roll over. All right. If we continue to melt through, you'll see the indices just continue to grind higher. Okay. Now we filled the half. Okay. We're holding longs off of lows. We were talking about that this morning. I took this trade this morning like 3 flipping times and then finally took off. But we filled the half and we're holding longs. Okay. VIX is holding shorts. Indices are holding longs. Okay. Hey, Amanda, how are you? Hope the car got taken care of. Hopefully it wasn't a big deal. So we'll see if we can get to this gap fill. What up, Frank? All right, our gap fill's up there at 67.4250. Okay, so we filled the half and we saw a little bit of profit taking, but as long as the VIX continues to fall, we're going to just grind higher. But again, the indices don't have to be exactly at resistance to roll over because it just depends on if the VIX bounces. Okay. So There we go. All right. So it all depends on what this little guy does. Little guy. This guy right here. All right. So there we go. But again, if the bank continues higher and the VIX just keeps melting, we're just going to grind, right? It's just going to be one of those annoying grinds. All right. Remember, it is Monday. Now Europe is closed. So we'll see. We'll see. But that's what we're sitting right there. There's really not a pullback I would watch for right now. Okay. I mean, there could always be our lows. There's 10 a.m. lows to highs. There could be those 10 a.m. highs to lows on the VIX. Those could be there, but we're just going off the VIX falling through that profit target, and that would be the extension short. This is going to be the battle right here. Okay, that's going to be the battle. Not next long. All right, we lift off, indices pull back, we melt, indices grind higher. Okay, we're still getting some financial strength here. So that's providing a nice tailwind for the indices. All right, so there we go. We'll see if we get up there and fill that gap. It'd be interesting to see if we do get to that gap fill, what kind of reaction we're going to get up there, right? So there we go. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Remember, the NASDAQ didn't break anything either, okay, on the larger time frame, right? From our highs on December 16th, right, of 24 to highs. There's the 61.8. We didn't break that, right? And we did the first time, but it doesn't matter because of the VIX. So that's that line right there. Now, here's the NASDAQ's pullback. It's a little bit different, but it's from this high on February 25th of this year to lows. But look at the NASDAQ's already gone through that target. Okay, there was the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's being strong. Okay, so it potentially, guys, has this same extension long as the VIX does. Okay, the ES doesn't have it, but the NASDAQ does. All right, so just let the VIX be your guide. Right? Remember, this extension I just drew is just a guide. Don't get so focused on the actual indice that you forget what is actually driving it. Right? So the VIX melts, grind higher. VIX starts breaking shorts. We're going to make a pullback. Okay? All right, so moving on now. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. Think bank, right? Okay, here's the YM. Now the YM, its known support is down there. It's a ways away. Okay, so it is pulling back into its next short setup, and that short setup is from. Thanks, Edward. See you, buddy. March 4th to our lows. That's up here, right? Here's that YM pullback. All right. Now, if bank keeps grinding higher, remember, this is briefly sloppy. It doesn't matter, obviously, because the VIX wasn't. But if bank keeps grinding higher, that's going to keep that tailwind, especially on the YM and the Russells. All right. So we'll see. You just got to watch bank, right? Just got to watch bank. Bank rolls over. They're making pullbacks. That's why I don't want to draw up that lows to highs, right? Because we're at the top of the range. Okay. But nice longs this morning off of lows. All right. Then onto the Russells. There we go. Okay, now the Russells, remember, has a larger pullback. It's way down there. All right, but the Russells had an extension short that broke. Let me go out even more. There we go. All right, here was the extension short on the Russells. All right, there was our pullback right there. This broke. Right, that pierced. Get up there. Okay, so could we have our next pullback from the highs on last Wednesday, I believe, the highs on the 4th to lows? We could, but we don't know that's there yet. All right, so we're just looking to see if we make this full pullback. And when you zoom in, right, here's the long that's holding on the Russells. Okay, so all these indices are in long setups. Okay, they're all in longs right now on the smaller time frame. Okay, VIX is in shorts, indices are in longs. But again, with the VIX being at that massive, larger long setup, that's going to tell the tale on whether we keep going or where everything rolls over, right? Because if the VIX lifts off from there, everything is going to roll over. Okay. All right. So there we go. VIX bank indices. Any questions on where we are? Starting to get a reaction here. Right, starting to get a reaction at that long. All right. Any questions, guys? Anybody? Okay. All right, cool. All right, on to Bitcoin. All right, now Bitcoin's holding that. We've got those October 6th highs to lows. That's up here. And we're holding this long setup. Okay, we're holding this first pullback. All right, after we've broken a larger extension. Okay, we're holding that first pullback, right? But we haven't broken the short yet. Remember, trade support, break the short, and then draw the long. Well, we haven't broken that short yet. Okay, so we came ripping out of this support, but we can't get through that. Now, if we get through this, these 71.49s, we can draw lows to highs and look for that pullback to lead us higher. Okay, but that's where we're sitting right now. We're kind of stuck. All right, we're kind of stuck right there. Okay. All right, so let's move on to spot. Hold on, guys. Well, hang on. You get it? No? No? Hang on. What the hell I'm doing here? There we go. Okay. Remember where we are on the larger time frame. You lost my camera, didn't you? Hang on. Sorry, guys, I'm all over the place here. Crazy morning. There we go. All right. Okay. So on the larger time frame on Bitcoin. There we go. Okay, we're set. All right, here's that larger pullback, right? These are our targets down here, 33.5 or September, October, between September, October 6th. Okay, but there's that larger pullback from October 6th to lows, right? That's up here. So when we're looking at this, right, there's that long. Let me go out to the 4-hour. There's that long right there. Okay, coming off of lows. All right, this is the 38.2% line, so you guys can see it, of that larger short setup above us. Okay, but again, we haven't broken this. All right, so that's what it needs to get through. All right, that's what it needs to get through. Okay, so same as the futures market, the long didn't break. The long didn't break on the futures market either. Now, if this breaks here, that's a whole different conversation. Okay, that's a whole different conversation. All right, if these 65 368s break, right, because that will confirm this short and we're heading south. Okay. All right. Okay, stocks. What would you guys like to see? Oh man, it was just your battery. Okay, good. There you go. Like to see UMAC. Okay. All right. Here's UMAC, larger time frame. Larger time frame. Get rid of all this. All right. So there's our pullback from our lows on April 4th, April 8th of last year, right? We broke this, but then we made a new high. So the new high reactivates that anchor. There we go, coming out of our support. right? This support, remember trade support, break the short, okay, broke the short. Even with that amateur gap, we broke the short. And now we've got these longs leading us higher. There's our target. There's number 2, target. There's number 3. And actually this one, if you take this amateur gap out of it, all right, that's an amateur gap, a gap up that fills the same day. That means this target wasn't hit. All right, so we need this inside of that to get us back up to this target. All right, and that's what we're holding right now. All right, so that you could even draw this to here if you wanted to. That's what that looks like. Okay, that's what that looks like right there. All right. Okay, there we go. There's UMAC. Okay. Can you see now why I chose 12? See all the protection, right? Hopefully. Okay. PLTR, yeah, we haven't looked at that one in a bit. Okay. All right. Now they're moving, right? Did you guys hear that? I think they're moving out of Colorado or something along those lines. I read a brief article on it the other day. Okay, so it's still got a little bit of room to get into this half off sale. Just all-time lows to highs right here. All right, and you can see that it's holding these short setups off of highs, right? Not quite there yet. Okay, that's on the weekly. Not quite there yet, Mary Rose. We didn't quite get there, but let's look at what we're in here. Pull back. Oh, we're making a run to the gap fill. Pull back right there. Depending on how small you wanted to get, Mary Rose, this would be the series right here. That looks like it broke already. Yeah. So you're just looking at this halfway back. All right, just keep trailing that halfway back. As long as it stays above these 139.63s, you're good. But if those break, that confirms that short, and then more than likely we're going to fall into this larger half off sale. All right. Make sense, Mary Rose? Makes sense. They're moving to Miami. Gotcha. Yeah. We knew there's a big thing about them moving out of Colorado and how that's going to affect everything. And the mayor there saying good riddance, or the governor saying good riddance. It's not going to affect us. And I'm like, man, you guys are out of your minds. But whatever. You're welcome, Mary Rose. You're welcome. VIX is dipping into this low here. We're going to watch that. All right. Any other stocks, guys? Any other stocks? Everybody good? Can you guys see my screen? Hopefully. Yeah, you can, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, moving on. Easy peasy. Man, our swear jar is only up to $26. Might have to go on a rant. Stub my toe or something. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. You guys can see it? Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. Moving on. Crude oil. Remember we were watching that extension long on crude oil. It is starting to be on, we might break it right now. Not quite. So on crude oil, right, we went through this morning. All right. We went through this progression And this is our next extension long on crude oil. Oh, it just broke. There you go. Okay, so crude oil broke that extension long. All right, so that changes the dynamic here. Anybody got war news? Is there war news coming out or anything? So now we can come halfway back. That's our next support that we're watching on crude oil. All right, and that's from these lows, December of 25 to highs. All right, now, not the 5 minute. Look at that. All right, there we go. So what this is, you gotta go down a smaller time frame to see it. All right, there was this itty bitty pullback right here, right off of highs. It's probably sloppy. They usually are. Yeah, Fred Flintstone getting his car going. Sloppy right there. And let's see if we started going down in these extensions. Yep. Well, yep, right there. There's your extension short. Okay, it's drawn from this low on the 8th. When the hell was that? Oh, overnight, 11 p.m. So you can look at this one of two ways. You can look at this extension and now it's hitting a target, or you can look at this as just a 38.2. Let's do that. That extension's there if you're trading intraday, but we want the larger trend. All right, you can look at that 38.2% line and our target down here. So we don't want to get too aggressive with our draws. All right, since we're not at this target yet, all right, we can come off of the, that's the wrong high, isn't it? No, that's the right high. We can come off the, if it makes a pullback, that's what we would look for, okay? But we are getting, I mean, we are trending down towards these targets. So if we do get to these targets on crude oil, one of two things, right? Either we go through them, we draw lows to lows, see if that's there, or we see profit taking, right? And then we just go same anchor, new low. Okay, but we are coming down to that larger support down here at 87.28. Okay, so that's how we have to look at, that's how we have to look at crude oil right now. It's not bearish, it's making a pullback until it tells us otherwise. Now this pullback's 100% normal, right? Because here's our COVID lows to highs, that never broke. Trade support, we broke this short, right? So that's the long right there. So we'll see if we trend or if we see if this is a massive range. There we go, down there, 55.30s, 55.30s to highs. I mean, I can get rid of this thing now, right? Tamika, this thing's been on there for about 3.5 years now, so I can go ahead and get rid of that. I think we all know that's there by now. There we go. Okay. Targets are still up at 159. All right, $159 a barrel. Isn't that insane up there? All right, if this holds. If this breaks, that's just a massive range. That'd be awesome because we could trade that range till cows come home. Okay. All right. So there's crude oil coming back down to that pullback. And we'll see when we get down here. Don't do that. We'll see when we get down here. Hopefully we'll fall through these targets. We'll go into an extension short, and then we can watch it break and buy the pullback, lift us off, kind of like we do all the time. All right, we'll see. Okay, now gold and silver. Not doing a whole lot of anything. Okay, here's gold. Still stuck, right? Massive long below us. Right, this is the pullback that we've been watching, and that's from the lows on February 2nd to our highs here on the March 2nd, right there. And we're being front run every time we get down there. Okay, we're being front run right here. This is what we can use, these 5,000 fives, psychological level, 5,000, right? But there's this short from highs. This is just pinned between these 5,000s and this short from highs. That's all this is. Stay out of the middle, you'll get wrecked. All right, you'll get chewed up in the middle of this thing because nothing in the middle is holding. If I drew a line through here, broke, right? So just a range, right? Just a range. But one thing you'll see is something is starting to shift, and I hope it keeps shifting, but we'll see. All right, but that's cool. It's not, there's not a whole lot to do at this moment unless you're intraday trading these tiny moves, right? So we don't want to draw the short from highs. We don't want to draw the long from lows because they're getting run over. Okay, we're kind of wedging in here, lower highs, higher lows, right? We'll see. Just not a whole lot of volume on the precious metals right now, but there very well could be because of what is potentially happening. Okay, here's silver, just Stuckerton here. Long from lows, from the 5th to our highs on March 1st, right there. We've got a larger short below or above us, but this is the one that's holding March 1st to March 3rd, right there. So you can see how tight that is, right? That's gross, right? So we can trade the bottom of the range, trade top of the range. That alert is just to let me know if it kind of breaks out of the top of this little range thing, just to make me feel good. But that's where we are, going nowhere. Stay out of the middle, right? Eventually the middle will hold. We just don't know when that's going to be. It appears it's holding right now to the long side, but who knows when we get up here. Okay, now here's what I'm talking about, the dollar. Okay, so this is DXY, not the dollar. Okay, it's a bunch of different currencies shoved together in an index, but look what happened. Okay, we're still in these extension longs. It's still in longs. We're not arguing that. Okay, and that long is from February 5th to our highs up here on March 3rd, right there. Right, here's its target. Okay, that larger one, $100. Okay, but we traded up into the top of our range, and then look, and then we broke the long. Okay, so are we going to go in a big old sneaky snake up here on top of an extension? We can. That's where they happen. It's where sneaky snakes are. But this is dollar weakness. We haven't seen dollar weakness in a while. All right, and there are little shorts falling or holding off of highs here. We'll look at the euro. Remember, over 30% of this, or 30, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. Okay, so if you're looking, remember, DXY can lie. So if you're looking to look at something that's pure dollar strength and weakness, just watch the euro. It's a lot easier. Okay, but if this keeps falling, right, even back down into support, that's dollar weakness. We haven't even mentioned that word in a while. That's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and a tailwind behind the indices, which you can see today. Okay, so when we get to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. This is exactly what we were talking about this morning, right? Here's the dollar yen's next pullback. Well, it had all this room, right? It had all this room to make this pullback. Okay, so that's your dollar weakness as this is falling back down into support. All right, and if that support holds and lifts off, then we'd go from dollar weakness into dollar strength. Okay, but this is going down a little series of shorts here. I'm not going to draw those up. Those are tiny. But if this keeps falling, right, dollar weakness. That's a tailwind for the precious metals and the indices. Not going to mean they're going to go straight up, but it means they don't have that headwind coming from the dollar. Okay, so now look at the euro. Oh, it broke. Did it? Did it just break? Yes. Okay. So here's the euro. Now the euro's at this massive, where the hell did my draw go? Oh, I don't have the 50% on there. Never mind. That's my bad. That's user error. Give me put that back on there. There we go. Okay. It's in this massive extension long. Okay, and that's drawn from this high, January of 23. Okay, to our highs. All right, and remember, this is extension's already traded once to targets, right? Right there, depending on how you draw this, hit those targets up there, right? So there we go. That's our next pullback, and we're sitting right inside of it. Okay, there's my draw. It's that 50% right there, the 61/8 down here. Okay, so this is that support. All right, now, just like the dollar yen, it broke this next measured, or the DXY, it broke this next measured move inside. Okay, so whereas the DXY has that extension long, the euro has this extension short. All right, from these lows on the 5th to our lows on March 3rd. That's February 5th to March 3rd, right there, right? So this little guy was kind of our straight down. It needed to keep going because here's the targets, right? We haven't hit those. So that needed to hold. Let me make sure this broke. Get up there. There we go. Yep, it did. It pierced. Okay, so we can start watching these longs off of lows now. All right. See, this is Fred Flintstone getting his car going. That's the sloppiness right there. And then we had our pullback. And it held to the pip. Yeah, right there. Okay, so this is dollar weakness. Pretty cool. That's dollar weakness. So we'll see when we get to this target. If we go through it, we can go into extension longs. We start making a pullback. We're just going to extend, right, from lows to, or from same anchor to new high. But we haven't seen this in a while. This is some dollar weakness, and we might be onto something. Maybe that's a big maybe, guys. A lot has to happen for the dollar to change trend. But if it does, I just want you guys to understand, if we break this extension at this support level, that's a big boy trade. That target is up here. Okay, this is a 4-hour chart. That's a long way. Okay, so that's what I'm watching for here. All right, and we'll just continue watching this trend off of these lows as we move forward. But yeah, dollar weakness. Thanks, Frank. See you, buddy. Dollar weakness. Okay, so let's see where we are. VIX made another new low. We're going to fill that gap. All right. So we're going to continue to trail this extension short from these 26, 65s or 60s, whatever that is right there. We're going to continue to trail those extension shorts. And then obviously we've got the halfway back. All right, just because I'm drawing this to this low doesn't mean it's going to stop there. It could just keep falling, right? So our gap fill, what did I say? 67.42.50, right at the short setup. All right. So a break of this, again, 33 round down to 30, subtract a tick, 25. We need to break the 25s and trade the 20s. Okay. So there we go. Bank's still grinding higher. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fuel built up, guys. There's a lot of fuel built up. There we go. All right, so we'll see what the VIX does down here at this support. That's going to tell us everything. Right, that's going to tell us everything. If it gets a wild hair, HARE, and lifts off and starts breaking short setups, that we're going to roll right over. Okay, now the ES just hit its profit target. See, from that long, this is what the NASDAQ's already hit and gone through. ES just hit it. So we'll see if it goes through it or if we start to see profit taking. It's all going to depend on what this does right here. Okay. All right. If you got into the gap fill trade, if you took this long, congratulations. Right. That's a great trade. And your fingers are crossed for a bank to keep creeping higher and the VIX to keep falling. Okay. Questions? Questions. Moving to Miami. How was Miami, Amanda? If you're still on. All right. Yeah, these companies moving to Florida, moving to Texas. I mean, why would you stay where you're getting creamed, right? Okay. All right, everybody good? You guys are quiet today. It's a Monday, right? I think everybody's still kind of on edge. It's like, is this for real? Is just this a teaser? Are we going to roll over and sell off 1,000 points, right? Traded at the hotel, laid by the pool. That sounds like me. Very good, Amanda. Nice. Very nice. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mr. Paz. Yeah, it's wild. Just more waiting. Yep. All right. Did you guys hear that the Chicago Bears possibly moving to Indiana? We talked about that the other day. I still think that's so funny. All right. Okay. All right, guys, let's have a great afternoon. Pretty good start to the week, right? Pretty good start to the week. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. We got the nice pump today. Hopefully, you guys are able to make some monies. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. to do it all again. We'll see what the action brings. But thanks for tuning in. Thanks for supporting Stock Dads TV. We love you all. Peace out.